Disney Plus, Hulu, and HBO Max together for $19.99 a month.
We will face this together as a family.
This tour is just when every single one clicked together.
The drama begins. What's up, guys? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing on this beautiful Thursday? All right. Just getting everything set up here. All right. So, like I was telling everybody yesterday, so game-wise today, we're going to be playing this new game, Vault Breakers. It's in beta, so we're going to check that out, see what that's all about. And then, but before we dive into that, at 2 p.m. here in about 15 minutes or so, we're gonna watch the Grinding Gear POE 2 live stream announcement, so that way we know exactly what's coming next Friday in the patch. All right. Give me just a second here, guys. Can we change this? So I guess I don't get to choose my character. Where's okay, F to talk.
Our destiny is at hand.
Okay. There's our map button here. Go to mission map to choose mission location. Teleport to Wolfswood and start your mission. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's look around here. I don't know about the WASD boys. What's this do? Okay. I'm guessing that's this volatile dynamic. Power vortex. Spark wing creates a delayed explosion dealing 250 magic damage. Generates an additional 15 energy. Okay, but what button's that supposed to be? Okay. All right. So tab will get us into our menu or our inventory. Let's see. What's our keybinds here? Can I reset keybinds? Well, let's see. Basic attack is mouse 1. Just not. So, I mean, that's up arrow, right? I don't want to reset all key bindings. Okay. Oh, okay. That's shift. Okay. Never mind. Okay, that makes sense now. Makes sense now. Okay. So we got basic attack on the mouse. Spacebar. Attack. E. And then R. Which we can't do. And then this volatile dynamic must be the basic attack there, so. Okay. Alright. And then I guess this is the only class we can play today? Or maybe they're random assigning them for balance. Let's see here. Let's see if this takes me back to the logins. Nope. Takes me all the way out. Okay. Okay, so you get to pick your server. Well, it didn't take us this long to get in the first time. Guess we shouldn't have left. Okay, so yeah. So at this point, okay. So no options as far as characters. This is what we got. All right, so we got Power Vortex here. Sparkwing creates a delayed explosion, dealing 250 magic damage, generates an additional 15 energy for each enemy hit that has zap. I don't know what zap is. Sparkwing throws a projectile that explodes in a cone upon hitting an enemy, dealing 150 magic damage. Stuns for 1.5 seconds if targets have zap. Sparkwing dashes forward, becoming immune while dealing 107 fizz damage and slowing enemies hit by 30% for 2 seconds. Cooldown is reduced by 4 seconds for each enemy hit with zap. Okay. Sparkwing sends 100 energy to summon 6 circuit orbs and gains 10% energy generation for 4 seconds. Each circuit orb circles Sparkwing for 15 seconds, dealing 85 magic damage upon contact with an enemy. Circuit orb hits do not add zap. Each ability or basic attack that hits a target applies zap for 6 seconds. Reapplying zap on the same target generates 10 energy. Okay. So zap is an energy generation mechanic. Got it. All right, let me see here. Let me check on our. All right, we got a few more minutes here, guys. Few more minutes. And then we'll check out. We'll do the, like I said, we'll do the live stream. And then afterwards, we'll get back on and we'll play Vault Breakers here. So, all right. Man, I ain't played WASD in forever. Not a huge WASD fan. Okay. All right, so Wolfswood. We want to go to Wolfswood. We're going to teleport in. How we doing, chat? Everybody doing good? Who's getting excited for the new league for Path of Exile 2? These loading screens taking forever. Open map M. We're currently looking for Ados and the East Ravine. Guess East Ravine. Where the hell's the East Ravine at? We're looking for Ados and the East Ravine. Meet Garrick Hollowfang near the East Vault Crash. Ooh, okay, so we need to go this way. Man, it'd be cool if we had a... I need a mini map. Oh, here we go. Alright, boys. Figure out the buttons here. Extraction failed. Ados brought you home. What? What the hell? So you had 45 seconds to complete the map? Surely. Surely that's not the case. All right, we got just 2 more minutes here. Okay. All right, guys. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump over to the live stream and then we'll watch that, like I said. And then we'll kind of just go from there and then we'll jump back into Vault Breakers afterwards. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. "52 seconds. Okay.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by
Let me know
following
how the
instructions
volume
below.
is, guys.
Now today, it's finally time to show off a new
It's
class
too loud
we know
or-
everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
All right, here we go, guys.
Well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
Okay. Okay, guys. That's looking pretty cool.
find you, Eve.
Now, as you can see, the druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam. While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode. Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do. You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Kaun. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true bearpocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form. For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on 2 legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all 4s, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolf minion to your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have, so make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off. Just like with the Bear's Raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a metagem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The Wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect. Alright, let's talk about the third form available to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one, the Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting. But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a Druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon thrashing vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage. Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it. Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems. Spell Totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast, but you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated Growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along. And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well. Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the druid's animal form Warcries, or on the warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover. Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are, and with Furious Wellspring you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells. With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build. You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle perfected the power of foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage. And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the unseen path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing the spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or corruption endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the druid ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now of course the druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
The palace of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn. The temple has many functions, and with it, a chance to save the Vaal, a gateway through time. Travel into the past, again and again. Alter the temple, uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits.
I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me. Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Okay, so we're getting incursion.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts.
That's interesting.
Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you, and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple.
Okay, well that's good. Make that a little easier.
After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So, that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Laraval, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Itzeri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Val. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Itzeri to prevent the Val from ever being destroyed. Itzeri is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Val technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it, because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them?
Double corruption?
Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment.
Okay.
This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Val are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed. Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities. For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Val construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalitzi's Thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualottl's Thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him, to be able to further corrupt a Val unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod. For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside. Now, one extra thing to mention about these Val crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want.
Oh, that's nice.
Now there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Val Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Val are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb.
Okay.
It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Val Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time. Some rooms
Well,
like the
good luck with
command
that.
can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Queeper medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight. Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the socket balls back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it. Now,
That's
something really
interesting.
important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the in-game. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Val works well for late-game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Val, you will get to face Adziri, while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Val herself.
Okay.
This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adziri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Itzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the fate of the Val League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame.
Okay, so we're just going to have them in
If you want to
in-game
specialize in
mapping.
running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run.
Okay.
You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function.
Well, that'll be good.
Now
I
that
was
Abyss
gonna say,
is
Abyss
core, it also
crafting
needs
was-
its own Atlas tree.
Made a huge difference.
You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss. But there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal. Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths. You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well. This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency. Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Val does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey. Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level. This only
could be a
applies
good
to
change.
regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course,
That was an
important
absolute
area
have
is
to
game
do.
balance, and we have made a
I'm glad
lot
they
of
finally
changes.
addressed that. Hopefully
Now,
it's good changes.
Most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree. These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content.
That'd be super if any of it
Next
is
up,
going to help
we're going to be
expand
talking
melee
about our new
options.
supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue Character Effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you. The Precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it. Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items.
Oh, that's cool.
The Relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalgurin pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Kalgurins had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat. The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of.
There you go.
Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalgurin fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself. A Kalgurin seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and, of course, a peg leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, 2-hand maces, and shields. After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout, a home of some of the most deadly, ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. Thank you very much for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering Lost Vale secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Okay. So, Druid. Let's talk about the Druid for a minute, based on what we saw in the videos. So, the Druid, at least the shape-shifting portion, seems more melee-based.
Welcome back,
which
Exiles,
is
to the Q&A
worrisome
portion.
based
I am
on
your host, Ziggy D, and today we're going to be
having
touching
played
on the design
melee.
of the Druid and the fate of the Vile League. While we get into some
I'm
community
kind of
questions.
curious
Then we'll
to
deep
see
dive
how
into
they balance
endgame,
it, and
balance and other game design
same thing.
topics.
Like
I am,
you
of
could
course,
watch,
joined by game directors,
watching the
Jonathan
gameplay
Rogers,
there,
and Mike
like
Roberts.
the
How you guys going
melee
today?
Oh, very
boss
good.
fights versus the ranged boss fights where they had the mercenaries. It's just, it's not even in the same realm as far as damage versus getting smashed
feels
and
like only
stuff.
several weeks, and that's
So
pretty
I'm
accurate.
curious to see what they've
We
done
get
with
to
the
see you
balance
twice as
there.
often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's
I don't
keep
know.
it
What do
going.
you guys think?
So I do have to open with this though. Is like Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video.
Yes.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is
Yes.
like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So
Yes.
there's just a few things
Okay.
that we probably should have.
So Ziggy
should
D
have caught
agrees
and
that
made a
Druid
little
did not
stronger
look
there,
like
but
a
tell you,
good
when you
league
actually
start.
play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
you know. The like, you know, we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know, it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we
Okay.
going to be worthwhile.
Well,
if we make some
that makes
videos
me
showing
feel
a bit
better.
More of the
Yeah, yeah.
less demonstration.
They brought that up because the Druid looked pretty doggy
Yeah, I've definitely
in the
been
videos
playing
they
and
showed.
recording a bit myself because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. Like, there's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure. Where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, yeah, in this case, I'd say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow. And as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak. But
yeah, I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to understand it. I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to, normally we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy from my hands on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth, the shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well, which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge rolled, you would transform them back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like, you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. Then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that is a whole other complication because, you know, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. Like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know, like being able to walk while also spitting it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah,
we were like trying to. This is not working. Right.
Right.
Like,
well, I also remember like for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe. Yes. Like I wanted to actually get this the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like as a wolf, just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs, you start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's
actually
pretty cool.
An interesting thing there, I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger. You know, a bit of a tank. You actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like you know, there's a kind of which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, it was even more than that because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it does. From rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think like what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources that wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff. You can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear, or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're actually picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you like what skills you're picking and so on, but you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we like to try and get. So, obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like I absolutely expect that. There's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforward, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there. But also you with this whole class, you had the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well? I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff, but I can see even just from a design perspective, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? Effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, you know, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, yeah, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and it just it's becoming growingly more complicated. But that's also what's fun about the game, and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, you know, there was the, I want to be all forms going between, there was the, I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon, and now we're getting a lot more of, I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well, and it honestly just, it does just spiral into like, oh my god, there's 20 million variables here, but it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, you know, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing, despite, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still something, obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer, and you know, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form, and then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground and they're exploding. And there was definitely some boss deletion going on there. So.
Even just walking past the just many entangles going out, and then there's that plant support gem. I'm like, all right, it's putting the new.
I see chat being like, no, Zig, you don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing, let's say fixed. There was a thing that was like double generating rage, so I'm like, I don't know if this is intended.
Right.
And like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy. I'm like,
I don't know. I will see where that goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
This is a fish.
It made it to me, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because like the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage.
Right.
I'm like, that doesn't seem intentional.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that, because that's
hey, we need rage. Let's generate rage.
Way permissive. I was like, this feels illegal, but that's like, you gotta let a few things in there that feel illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe I didn't get enough. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, you know, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, you know, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but you know, my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem? You know? So
yeah, you gotta.
We'll see what happens, but whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now
they'll see the thing not generating rage, and they'll see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. Just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket, the talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my Mace Marauder or my Quarterstaff monk and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets.
You can do it. In fact, it was one of the things initially that it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for the druid the whole time, and I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. Are you actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver?
Maximum effort.
It's like, yeah, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But that was one of those.
It's like their thoughts. I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But it would have been completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times
like,
for every character class.
Voice actors, everybody come back and we need to roar like a bear.
Exactly. Effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually how it works and what allows having.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant was that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
okay.
Damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into calm as a bear.
That's unique item territory for the future.
It often gets talked about, like the idea of like, why are things like so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like there's maybe in the future you're like, oh well, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the main reason why we do it that way. But but the thing is as well, the weapon swapping, I mean, you can still use skills from different elements. Different weapons and things like that.
The thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear, because like definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining like this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like there's like very obvious like cross synergy build.
Well, I mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got like strength versus strength int. Like we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements do like cross over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Yeah. Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, iterating, and thus they will always cross synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
It's interesting actually, those ones, because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got dex versus strength int, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the like where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the strength int is like you've got the poison on the dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the strength inside, but that's been fun though, because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports, because the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree, where like now you've got some interesting interaction? So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work. All the plants can, like plant stuff all has mechanics around like watering the ranger's plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in the future as well. Like, I do like the idea of being like a rainy druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a thing. It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks, druid, you buffed poison rangers. Yeah. Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah.
All right, good, yes. And the rain buffing lightning skills as well, like increasing shock chance and stuff. It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you like kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is, and even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established as like, you've got plants and you got like nature and you got like lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, for that, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy, with us. And it's just like, well, exactly right. That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Yeah, exactly right. So we're like, okay, we'll have a Yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. So that was that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we're looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like what animal is ranged. Like it's not really there's kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so eventually we settled on the wyvern. I mean, someone of course at one point was like, how about a dragon? And we're like, what the heck? What are you talking about? But then eventually I thought about it, and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
it eventually it was hard though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for strength int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration actually, as well, like energy recharge, I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something.
Sorry for my slight disingenuousness.
Do something cool.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind.
All right, guys, I'm gonna grab a drink of water. I'm gonna let this play.
So that way, only, and that way you don't feel like, I should have to
I'll be right back
because it gets the passive benefits. That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad, but we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got like wings to something defensive for block, or something for hard carapace maybe, or I don't know, the fact it has wings, something to do with the wings,
much dragon lore to pull from. I got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore. I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet, yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold finds.
Yeah,
that sounds like it.
Eat piles of gold for buffs or something.
There's gold over there. Quick, shapeshift, pick it up. Shapeshift back. No, I'm obviously joking. Please, I'm not doing that.
Gold find, no, please don't. Mandatory dragon gold find build. I know it's kind of funny though. It's distinctly POE. So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the Templar we had the idea more of like you've got that armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
It's a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know what I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skinned thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin. As you there's like things like that we've added. But it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange. Like, getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop. But I mean, it is what it is. Kind of has to be that way.
Well, I mean, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure, you can go full armor if you want, but
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff.
Yeah, so you could build more strength when depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it, where it's like that's
I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor in order to kind of make it so you are like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work. There's nothing saying. I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid, and then the Zealot's Oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually, like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, oh, this is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
yeah, I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of, I think there's an extra. I can't remember what it's doing. There's one that says "Do not translate" on it, so it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with some, trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there. It was based on what's it called? POE 1's. Is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I can't remember. Too many names. But you know, it's based on that, but not exactly the same. Like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's a rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity.
Yeah, guys, I'm back.
What does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like, if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get to rampage around for twice as long. You know, so a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like, actually, like, there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game, really. You know, it's like, what are we doing with that? You know, it's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And but we filled in that whole bit of the tree, and guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more. And you know, and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
it is nice we finally have a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have this like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it. And then, like, I have to wonder, like, you added this Oracle class. Like, I saw the Shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expect. But then I saw the Oracle, and you guys had, like, 130 extra passes.
So far.
Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems ridiculous.
It's fun.
Because it's cool. Because it's cool.
That's really the best reason you could ask for, right?
Yeah.
I was like, I really went through, I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's more about, you know, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, you know, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class. And it was all themed around, you know, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you take? And so it's this interesting, like,
it's an existential crisis as a node.
That fits POE.
Initially, I always write my little blurbs about them to you know, get them in the live stream, and I was like, it's got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class. And it's easy, by the way, as designers to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really, like, that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like,
sad, isn't it?
If we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, anything, like we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the oracle passives, and every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine. You know, you don't have to, or pick other nodes on the same class. You know, you don't have to take that node. So
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle Ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that, to the build guides and all that kind of stuff. So like.
I love the secret stuff. I actually got my secret Abyssal Lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual final secret, and maybe there's more. Well, you want to do more of
that, don't you? I can tell. Look at him. He wants to do more.
Of course, I love it. I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan, I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure, but I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon, because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear and everything will affect you in your movement.
Absolutely.
Animal forms. It's not like, I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting you.
Well, I mean, effectively, so we're doing the changing form by utilizing weapon swaps. So you've got two weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. Yeah, like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I didn't ever have to actually go in and
no. You don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability. So therefore you don't have to actually tweak. You just put it in and it kind of works. So
like if I try to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. And so like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program like that.
Right.
Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
Yeah, mostly that's just because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both. Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But here, because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that. All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Vile expansion, and there's definitely more of a like clear divide between the two things, and you even actually made two separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like two completely clashing themes in the trailer. So yeah, in the end we were like, normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these two things in a kind of reasonable way. So yeah, in the end we decided to go with two trailers and just like show the content completely separate.
And look, they're not connected. Like
not at all, right?
Like,
they're not. Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not connected.
Man, the stream is laggy.
Yeah, that was total accident, by the way. It was just like two totally unrelated.
Yes, sure. I was praising the equality of it. Like,
right.
Yeah, I was great. There's buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous League mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat.
So I mean,
on now.
There's a few things going on there. So like initially, like this League, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like, you know, literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the league. So like if we'd have had it so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like okay, it's just not quite right. So
Okay.
we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that, you know, there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms, like it's kind of a bit simpler, like to start out with. And then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up. You go into the past, you've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make 2 versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the league has a lot more going on, and it just doesn't kind of you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one. It's like dark horror, gothic, secondary 3 dimensions deep of, you know, like I'm in the past and or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally, is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Val sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. There's a ton of variations of those where for like each act we're like, and like for each area we're thinking like, okay, which like we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are, like do a bit of material reskin, stuff like that. Like that's kind of the stuff that we now need to do to sort of make it feel like you're not breaking
like
the world stuff.
the POE 1 style, you know, betrayal basement. You know, you just okay, so there's just a basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, you know, it just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. You're like, you know, this makes sense. You know, I'm not just in a basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Val is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Val stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, it's a matter of making it feel like there's some ancient ruin that then later someone came along, like some Ezomites went there and they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
So I'd say that like it does sort of. I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, you know, obviously, when we did 020, the league was a little bit like, you know, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like, I mean, it was a league, but it wasn't really. Didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed. And then with 030, I think we did a lot better. Like it came a lot better, but I still don't think we quite got there in terms of
like
the
POE 1 level kind of.
Yeah. And then this one here, I think like, you know, you get up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering in POE 2, like, you know, post release and everything, and like the kind of the amount of content you need for a league. Like it needs to be quite sizable and good. And it did take a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it because you sort of shows you what we can do when we.
I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to for expansions.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but you know, it's and honestly the scope did explode a little bit because when we I think that one of the things so. When I initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like we, you know, and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of POE 2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff. And it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like, there are so many new rewards and things in just in the temple. It's crazy. Like, you know, there's a lot there. Like, certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff. I mean, you know, we could take some inspiration from what POE 1 did with Incursion, you know, in terms of double crops and stuff, but we had to make it work in a POE 2 context. You know, there's just a lot there.
Yeah, I've followed your progress with designing this one from the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that is that it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to even say it.
So you recommended that I play this game called Loop Hero, and I really enjoyed it. And then, I mean, everyone's going to think that the game we're inspired by is Blueprints, but it actually wasn't. It was Loop Hero. It was so good because I told you about that game, and then it was like
a week later or something, you sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that's for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. Because I mean, it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like work on this design. And one of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of like of writing it, like, which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And just make and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like a whole thing that a bunch of other people worked on and made look really awesome. But yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home.
Yeah, I just really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little metagame things, and just that dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me.
Tile placing,
it's really fun.
Love a good tile place.
And I just like coming up with all little ways that they can interact and that kind of thing, and try to make each feel a bit different and that kind of stuff. It's just a good time.
Yeah, and it's got this like iterative design where you're building a temple, you run it like it's a really small one at first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each time. Yeah. It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself.
Yeah,
exactly. So with that design then, I'm curious, like does it like fully reset at some point? Like for example, when you kill Atziri?
It never fully resets, but when you kill Atziri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this kind of destabilization thing. It goes back to not the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. That's just that effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play. So it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally, those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can, yeah.
There's a lot of like
man. This stream is super laggy.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
it's
absolutely intended that you'll do that. Like, I mean, once you've defeated Atziri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that. Then you absolutely will like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff, and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize. Because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill Atziri, then it will it'll only pull you back. I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then you can just juice it really high and have really challenging in-game scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah,
we wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods. With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do, like so for example, at the start of the game, you can only you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like map for a while, then like do a bunch of incursions.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps and then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want. So
if you want, or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store
anywhere
10
runs,
in between. 10 runs if you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep seeing like, you guys have thought of it. The
thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff. I mean, like so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple instead of having to craft inside the temple thing. Yes. Like that's just a hard learned lesson from POE 1 where you just need to.
You say we thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit. Personally, but the thing with the killing architect and Atziri, destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, we've now on POE 1, we separated those two things so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. Or it could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak. But yeah, like getting that right and feeling right will be important. It's honestly hard to say if it is right now. But it's a thing, we say we've thought about it, but it can be very easy to see that and be like, hey, they're doing the same mistake they've made last time. Which, you're not wrong. except depending on honestly having the lever this time in place of how much gets destroyed instead of entire board reset kind of thing. We get to control that a lot better and iterate on that if we need to. So
yeah, that's true. You've already
we've thought about it, but it can. I could see, because I was just thinking about it, going, I reckon people.
Oh my goodness!
I was just looking at it, going like,
man,
the
I don't
idea
know.
that it's like,
You guys,
I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or
the
pick temple.
grindgear streams.
It can be quite bad.
Well,
so
that's clear. Then that you've kind of already
like
hand
this.
hovering over the lever, waiting to like adjust it as needed.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with. I mean, even if you, again, it's.
The thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah.
Because how can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, you know? It's
So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully, but I could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted for sure.
Yeah, so you've made the like the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in POE 1?
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in POE 1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things that you can trade. Like trading the rewards was the reason why I did our temple itemization in the first place. Just if this time I feel we're just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can be take back that you can take with you.
No need for the band-aid in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some really basic crafts that your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly honestly in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the temple, you're getting not just the opportunity, like, because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8, you know. I mean, Val orbs aren't even in the game at that point. So you have this thing where it's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for in-game.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to just use right there.
That's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until end game?
Yeah.
You want to use those patches then.
You'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but just use it.
Yeah.
You know?
It was a substantial buff to campaign crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like you basically go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms and you're like just going a little crafting spree of like upgrading your gear. But, like,
I mean the temple. We it's funny because there's always the question whenever we make a league of like, well, what if people always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign, and it's like you really have to incentivize that to make it so that no, there's actually worth doing. Like you're going to get a substantial power boost if you decide to engage with the league.
Yeah, you could. It seems like you can kind of like hold off as well. Like you can be like, oh, my gear's kind of okay now. I'm going to do that a little bit later.
You always want it to be both feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory that you're like, ugh, what?
It felt like kind of a bit optional in the sense that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all my gear.
Perfect.
Nice.
That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area.
Oh, come on, guys!
Throughout the campaign, we have also dropping here from the in-world encounters. So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end, maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
Yeah. There's some modifications, but it's the same kind of thing.
We've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do, and we're just trying to make sure that, it fulfills that, it fills that budget, so to speak. Of
you're getting a lesser jewels or been careful or something like that, kind of similar to before, which is good. But I was definitely, that was a huge thing with Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement to campaign, so it's good to see continuing with that. Then it felt pretty successful as a design decision. Nice. I'm really glad double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing from POE 1 to be returning.
One thing we've changed here is that because double corrupt existed in POE 1, you never Valorb gear. Well, I don't say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it when you could double corrupt it. So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right.
So yeah, you have to Vile Orbs land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that.
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more, because like you've got that really high end unique with like a really good corruption already, and now you're risking that. You're not just risking a blank item on a double corruption. So like it's a heftier risk now in some cases.
I like it.
That's the Vile Spirit right there.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Some good streamer moments. So
Yeah, that's for sure. Nothing like risking a 50-50 on something that's already incredible.
Yeah, I didn't want to Vile
And then it
Orbs.
just disappears.
You'd still use them on light waystones or whatever, but you know, I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore, because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, you know, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in PoE 1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, you know, I'm not sure if I do want to do that, just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But, you know,
consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement,
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of in PoE 1 recently, where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically Adziri. No, what
Not
is it?
Adziri, Vile uniques. Yeah, so we initially, I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique, but the problem is, yes, it was just a can of worms that like was just not even possible to contain. Yeah, basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques, and we ended up going with Vile uniques, you know, for obviously thematic reasons, then we can sort of make sure that like, while it's still crazy, like there's some sort of insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens. But it does truly work where like it picks a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So yeah, you can create some...
You can use it on non-Val. It works differently.
Huh?
I don't know. This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What is that?
Excuse me?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in PoE 1. So it like re-rolls. The idea here is like it's meant to work on these Vile items because they've been like infused with royal bloodline blood, and so it's like the way it works on Vile uniques is different.
All right, guys. Hey, I gotta run get my kids off the bus real quick, and I'll be right back. So I'll be gone for a few minutes, but I'll let the Q&A keep playing. Just let me know if I miss anything. Appreciate you guys. I'll be right back.
In order to use this. Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, you know, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Yeah, using it on the Vile uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, you know, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like, that will happen. That is a part of the pool, but we're trying to go through, because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Zerfi's body armor that has like Soul Leader, and it's like a level 39 base type.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you could also be like, what about if we... Well, I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? So all of a sudden you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, you know? Now, these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So, but then I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Vile pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite uniques and other, you know.
Now,
So, you know, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
there's so many
it's
things.
a lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, ones at the end.
I
and
mean,
then
you've also got the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes, true. And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully. And it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means. So if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Val unique. So hopefully that's fun. And then you do the cool things where you just get these really, really... I assume you're going to get some that have these... You replace the exact 2 bad sides with the exact 2... because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the
Okay.
you get the exact, like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, something 1 divine to 300 divine, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad, but we'll try. You can never know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new, like, Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously, since she's kind of the queen of the Val.
Yep, Adzira uniques, Trial Master uniques, a bunch of stuff. So
a fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then? Like,
I mean, we'll be always adding more Val uniques.
Right.
So yes,
but in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form, in a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. For sure.
In terms of the overall idea of upgrading low level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever like discuss the idea of Val skill gems? It feels like weird to like add that when you're still adding regular gems.
It doesn't quite. So I mean, fundamentally, what a Val skill gem is in POE 1 is like a kind of ultimate type style ability in some sense, So it's like we've kind of doing that in our normal gems at this point, so it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
It's like the glory on the skills,
glory
is
kind of like,
yeah. That's what I figured. That it's kind of like you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia value at this point. I think.
Now that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got, all the classes and skills in place and all that, I would say that's like a post-release feature, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah. And are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc.
So
post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. Like it basically was kind of like during early access, it doesn't quite make sense to do that. But post-launch we'll return to that again.
All right, shifting onto the topic of endgame, but first, just a brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery content in the new act, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like?
Well, we don't have anything to say at the moment, but it'll need to come obviously at some point. But we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when. At what cost, etc. The classic, just resource distribution kind of things where it's like, when are we going to do it, and what, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so but right now, nothing.
All right. So on endgame, firstly, thanks for nerfing the delirium fog.
Yep.
You saw the memes, I guess.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying all the foggy memes everywhere. That's good. Visibility improvement for the endgame, but not only that, like you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the tablet waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right? Like the fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the fact that the effect is also annoying. So that was the first thing to solve, and it really then started coming into, okay, well, like how people are finding waystone crafting more annoying, and we only made it more annoying in Abyss with the having to go somewhere else and get it, it just made it not particularly great. So the first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? And effectively we're kind of like, we can go 2 ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with rewards, or we can say no leagues do, in which case it's more about like which league do you want to run for different for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do, because I think that it's probably just like less busy work, less annoying. Like if every league gave you something that you needed to craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're like, from this point on, just like waystones, they all get regular, they'll have the regular crafting, just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent. Doing it on the tablets means that it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things, which helps a lot. And then of course the question was, well, yeah, how can we make sure that we're not like doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into how can we get back the power you had. So that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that in order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more end game for this expansion. So, what's kind of happened with the?
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see as like the major problems in endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. Like you don't have immediate okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing. That really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Val, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to end game later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks. Like,
so,
oh
but the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something. And that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So,
do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in Path of Exile, which has been pretty successful?
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because that'll be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, with the things we want to do.
Yeah,
there's stuff we want to do.
We're
unhappy with it.
But trying not to spoil anything here.
Yeah.
we obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar. Yeah. It's like it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the end game.
Yeah, it's
and
tricky.
so I do want to put people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think they're reworking it in game anyway. So I'm not going to say anything, just in case. You never know.
There's
and
also different parts of the end game that kind of are like independent of the just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yeah.
So
But yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So that will get a full drastic change. And then the something that like POE 1 with the whole complete your atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's all the boss farming and all the different progressions and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure. And there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that and like, the burning monolith but it's still mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing, now I'm going to farm, at the moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that honestly, we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like, that whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from POE 1 was not our end goal. You know what I mean? Like they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic a lot. So we got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like some of them are too, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated, and it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option: do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means, unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously, we're not just going to be like, because we're doing an 050, we'll just leave the fog alone. Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have this. So that was, well, like, we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate until we feel like it's about right. But yeah, kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh, damn. Oops. It was just broken the whole time. But either way, like, you know, a player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended. So obviously, fixing it is the important thing. But yeah, I know there's that guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
they can finally rest.
Thank you for your service.
Your watch is complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps, whereas like they have holes in the ground, and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere. It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure. So you mentioned that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get in this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one because so when we were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about.
All right, guys, I'm back.
Thought that players probably wouldn't like
Got the kids off the bus.
You know, like
all good, back to it.
Very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing was, is that what we found was that even after we, like, what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game. We actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well,
all right, guys.
Then, like, the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But you know, overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes, when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. Because like, there's obviously a point where like once you can one-hit everything, then there's no point in, like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that can do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning speed.
Right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful. So
the need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You aren't just now funneled into the highest AoE thing possible.
So it means that like things that are less AoE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE, you're still going to want to be clearing like that sort of stuff, of course. But like effectively, just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so you know, the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like, you know, not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should.
Yeah, but what does that do for the builds that aren't doing 2 million DPS? Like, are we going to bring up any of the builds that are not viable unless you invest in an enormous amount of divs into gear, which you can't get without running the meta build? Like that's the real problem that we need to fix. Like, where's the balance of being able to get currency in the end game to be able to make a build functional? You know.
It's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making, like on the Atlas tree, you know, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places. But I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, and stuff like that. So, but then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, you know, weaker monsters thing, and I don't want one to. At that point, you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops, and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to have most pack size as possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scale. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but you know it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler, and I don't want to take that away. Like I want people to be able to do that, but that's what the Atlas tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, oh, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical, feels a bit more, intention. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on?
Yes,
There's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. Okay. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like, ideally, you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well. And that's the beauty of the Atlas tree, and the keystones and stuff like that. So, but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory.
I mean, that's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary, where like in the past it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size or stack as much rarity as you can, but maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with, I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, we did get to see a little bit of that in POE1 where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like, there's definitely been, like, it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with, like, noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in POE 2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where, like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that, it means that we can try to get we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content, and so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is we've got the balance of that, where it should in an ideal world be the case that killing a rare versus killing a white monster is does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is, what if your build can one hit either of them in any case? So that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything still. It's just
it does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want
my camera's on,
both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to in order to kill them, as far as relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping a close eye on moving forwards then. For sure. There's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1, where like everything is in reward icons, little floating symbols.
Right.
And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in POE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just had this thing of like every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really it wasn't really that great. So I mean, it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in POE 1 even, and in POE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vow, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
Like but it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, you know, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some like floating, glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guys loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. You can't have my loot. But I just remembered, you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, did we? I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing.
Yes.
Honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4, 2, you know, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things appear on the minimap.
You know, the funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right.
That's what I was just remembering.
We intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But
so
that was implemented a while ago.
Play your map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen.
Yeah.
But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Every icon.
Yeah.
So
strongboxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
Okay.
Just so basically you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Now some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map activating them all and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of just meant to be a like, look, you've explored at least, I mean, like, if there's, generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Yeah, it's about getting those last things,
and then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So yeah, it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground. Because so then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, yeah, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But, you know, that's a perfect example of, again, it's, you know, it's why I don't want people to not give feedback. Because like this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently, and so yeah, it's
a good case study because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that because this seemed like I loved the rare icons, but I was definitely a victim of the like I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing
I think
here,
this is a good middle ground.
Yeah, it seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because like I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this, like that is really bumming me out. And then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change. Nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
Good. Yeah. You just said rare monsters and I just had this random like.
Good.
Wait.
What more words can I say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But yeah, everyone forgot.
It's in the Q&A. Good stuff. Yeah. We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average POE 2 passive is like 10%, whereas the POE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power has kind of been shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is there something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that the tree is more like we're trying to be more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does, and that does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to, the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree, that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together, like be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and how which they're all different, right? The way that the monster scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to like nerf from PoE 1 or anything of that sort. That being said, yes, I mean couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that like we wanted the class stats on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the like class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE 1 quite a bit.
The class stats were stronger than
you get the M on the top and stuff like that. And so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have like we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but just a little bit with more the ease of it, the ease of getting it. But that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that too.
More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I would say, I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is.
Just that like ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess like it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Like ultimately that's what it comes down to is like if my gear is, if I'm wearing all white gear, like how powerful is my character from just the tree? And that's like a little bit lower, I think, in PoE 2.
And the reason for that
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff, there. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like, like the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
obviously
just
that's not entirely base in PoE 1, but you have base life. As in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just like since you brought it up, I guess like still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah.
Like it's like we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do. Never ending. So, like, the tree will just continue to evolve, and, like, we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it, and now we've obviously just added all the druid ones, but not just that, like, we added more, like, ignite support around the mercenary, for example, this time, like, as in 040, we're doing that, and then there's, some changes to, like, some prod speedy stuff, because, like, we were, like, looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale, and it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, like you can shoot them across the screen, and so we're like, well, how do you get that? There's not many, so we're doing a bunch of like little increments like that just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's going to just, honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place. So it's like, what did you actually achieve?
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about like why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life? There's a lot of ES scaling and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, you know, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and
I guess
going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming, but we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee-jerk reaction and nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot, it's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is
that makes good sense. Right.
But I don't think it's...
Don't try to change everything at
honestly,
once.
I don't think it's nerfed
or,
enough, to be honest.
you know,
That's
it's like going in and you push 47 buttons and it fixes the problem, but then which button fixed it? You have no idea, right? And so you're back in the same boat where when something happens, there's no way to figure it out without changing a bunch of stuff sporadically and just hoping for the best. Versus if you push a couple buttons and then figure out, okay, did that change it? How did I want it to change? What actually happened? And then you can evaluate and have real data on, okay, this makes sense. Now we can look at something else.
Design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge. And then it's just like, well, now why do I care? You know? And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguis is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES leech. And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based. And as I said, yeah, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff, and all of a sudden, oh, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more and more of that came about, and all of a sudden now, yep, you've pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously you'd do this. So.
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And so it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like we have expanded. Like I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite. You know, I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well,
Cool.
look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be up to like 1 or 2 of us. I mean, historically it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now. To
pretty much, yeah. And
shield.
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, it's a very, very considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that. It's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, you know, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want people to ever think that we're just like going to stop with this stuff. I mean, POE 1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh, you want to update, you want to make new, there's always you make bad things good, good things bad. Well, you know, bring them in. Not, you know, whatever.
You want to make good things bad, quotable time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that. But the, you know, it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and yeah, having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out, you know, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles, you know. That's fine, which, yeah, should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot, and even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities, and I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example. And it does seem to be of a power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, you know, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and you know, it was something where like you would like you sort of had this baseline of like, you know, some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach, where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like, we probably need to have a look at it, but I'm sure, Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this, like, you know, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting. But anyway,
I particularly was... I particularly was like, I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them. So, you know,
how do you mean?
Well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation, probably. But yeah, like they I don't think that that they were quite right for POE 2. So yeah.
But anyway, that's kind of off the
Yeah,
point.
yeah,
I just randomly just started talking about stuff
We'll talk more on the
It's
casting
real easy
in a
to
minute,
just
yeah.
pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry, but yeah, there is an issue. I understand it. I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand, but I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like, how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
and in
that
particular
power.
that still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in POE 1 you had this thing where if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then like spellcaster was the thing you could do. And we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that items do matter on spellcasters as well.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
Yeah, I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure. The increase in the mana cost. But
I mean, I suspect at the end of the day it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz weapon is not the only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Like that might be it.
And that's it. It's just it's if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough where it's like you instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of more multiplicative ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that. If I recall.
It's weird to me that like added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like, maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know, like, because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that plus gems is.
Added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damages there. Yeah, added damage we removed because you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being...
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like, I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling, though, back when we did that, of this inevitable, like, we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that. Because like it is a very useful tool, but yeah, I think it's just, I think it kind of sucks as a thing, personally. I'm just not a fan of it.
The damage is extra...
That's another take on that.
I mean, that's we've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's related. But in 040, we are doing a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before. Just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't, I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes, so that's the damage is fire, the element damage is the types, it's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage, what is it, mana, I don't remember what else, the prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So, and then, so if you want... Like, it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you... Well, it was pretty much giving you more damage, I actually think it was, than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not,
so at least now staffs are going to be better. But that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem. But... It's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
I mean, you
focus
actually
every
made
time?
a ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through the campaign.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
when we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate, maybe, where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And
There
you're
are a few
like,
cases of that.
I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
Definitely it isn't worth it.
it isn't, yes. The valuation of the implicit's damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's like, or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is there's just a hole of like 20 levels go by where it's like, I can't get a weapon upgrade, and it's frustrating. And that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately saw, and he was like, okay,
we're doing a little bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas like, you get to end game and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with? The slow, heavy hitter. And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the in-game choices for all of these weapons, bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base deep. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like, they're not, nothing make or break, but like, it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So
that would definitely be nice, because that's one complaint I've always had going through the campaign, where like the chances of getting an actual upgrade to hit the ground,
it's another one of these things where
like,
it's like,
and yeah, I know it's RNG and stuff, but like I have not had much luck at all every single league. Like, it's one where like if it don't come off the auction house or some sort of craft, it doesn't happen. And then trying to craft stuff at low level that makes any real difference, just I just, it hasn't been good, at least from my experience.
But at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So I don't know, just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory, right? Because like, what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with it.
I think we did it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower. It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like, it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just that we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools, that like in order to make it work. And it's like, this is the annoying thing. It's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod. Like, the mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't like, for sure it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works. And which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's like, it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with, again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden, there's some formula somewhere, that no one has access to, except for us.
And you've always been a bit secretive on drop-related stuff in particular, and like, you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like, misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted. Okay. We were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value? But that is at conflict of removing it. So, there's a little bit of like, we just got to pick our direction here. And
it's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. Like, we can't say like the number of the okay, but that sounds a bit weird. But what I mean by that is like, it's not like that when you get that it just increases currency. Like, it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like, it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we just drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like, it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working to result in that. And that's why, like, the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah, it's like sort of, yeah, I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated. And there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be. I
think the takeaway is Jonathan said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool.
Like, that's very
it's
okay. I don't need to understand it.
It's exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a it's like it's 100% the same type of problem.
So what should give?
Jesus, yeah.
What do we make Dex give rarity?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Dex scales currency drops.
Yeah, exactly.
But through several layers of abstraction.
And gold find if you're a wyvern.
Only if you're a wyvern.
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes sense.
Sure.
Oh, no. Okay. On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. In terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with like the balance between the elements and
I'm not going to say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think, all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased, so they stack additively with the tree. So, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame, just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't
tons of things
that aren't lightning builds necessarily. Nice. But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, kind of enjoyable. So again, it's more important to not just nerf. Oh, now they're equal. I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious, so at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like, it seems like, one of them should be more damage, one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
For sure, like cold
but ultimately people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So like, while it may not be damaged directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level.
I mean,
because, you need to, it needs to, or rather it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So, that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well, but that's what I mean, right? Because
and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, but I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AOE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah,
as well as some
shock. I mean,
specific
shock is pretty
changes.
hectic.
Yep.
Kind of, you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say
That's
you've been
one thing,
cold,
guys.
obviously
I
you can
think
freeze
like
more
what
often,
Jonathan just
but then
said
often
there,
the boss
like
is
you really
sitting, or
got to
the
think
monsters are
like
sitting in there
he
being,
understands
you
the
know,
problem,
poised
right?
time
He
before the
understands
NPC see
what
it again.
players
You
want,
don't have any real control
and I
over that.
think eventually they
And
get
chill,
there,
well,
but
chill has a
it's
maximum
going to take
magnitude of
time.
50,
But
so
that's the key,
can't
right?
really
Is
scale.
if
So,
it
like, already
doesn't
alone,
translate into
you
clear
can
speed,
5x
it
the power
doesn't
of a shock,
translate into
which I
fast
think the cap is 100.
production of
And in
whatever
some
your goal
cases,
is, which
you know,
oftentimes is
Stormweaver can go
currency,
further than that.
right? We
Whereas
do
you
our
can't
league
exactly
starts
be
to build
doubling the
currency
power
so
of
we can
a-
try out
of a
other builds
chill
and stuff that we know
necessarily,
are
and
going to
so
take a
there's
lot
like,
more currency to
even
make
just that
viable.
as a random thing, like Ignite
But
doesn't have
at
enough
the
love
same
right
time,
now,
though,
for sure.
like you end up
So
with
even if it was
a
meant
half
to
a
be those
dozen
three
builds
ailments
that
or a point of
everybody's running
comparison, I mean, shock
because they're
is
the only
kinda
builds that
a
are
little bit
truly
crazy
in
right now
game,
compared to what
just
the others are
run and gun
capable of doing.
viable,
Not to
and
say
then
chill isn't
everything else
strong,
is just
not to say
meh,
freeze
right?
isn't also
And
obviously
or
powerful.
like other things where it's
you
like
know,
you get to the end game and it
they all
feels
have their time,
horrible
and they
because
may
you
have already had their
you
time.
play
We had
for
Frank
8
used to
hours and you die
post
so
on,
much
comment
that
on
you end up
for
at
it
the
for a
exact
while
same
there
point
and
you
all of
were
that
when
as
you
well.
started,
So,
or even
you
worse
know,
off.
it will always
And it's
change,
just
but
like,
yeah,
oh, okay,
just
this is
bringing
not
some of
fun.
the
And then
shock
you go back to
and some of
running
the
a
other
meta build because it's like, all right, well, at least now I'm
bonus
having
here and
fun.
there was a first step
But
in the
then
direction,
you
but
end up with the
it's
result
again, it's
of
very
the
important
game's
not
not
to
even a
just be
challenge.
like,
You're just
we
blowing
hate
through
lightning.
everything, and
Goodbye lightning.
and
You
it's
know,
it's not an easy
easy
solution.
to
But I
do.
think given enough time,
It's
they
the wrong
will
thing to do,
they'll
for
get
sure.
some balance
People
in
also
there.
like playing lightning. I think
Yeah,
it's just,
exactly.
I think it's just
That's
the
what I'm
feeling when
saying.
they like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning. That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic. You kind of mentioned you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging elements, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with like hit damage and crit so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah,
of like
it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how. Whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through again a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat, and it doesn't have enough. I mean, well, yeah, it is, as you said. It's just, well, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and you know, I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's yeah. I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
backtracking a little bit on the like gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like I don't know, like, oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Yeah.
Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I mean, I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah,
like,
100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but you know, it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping changes. That people find that getting the, you know, it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, you know, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like, it's done, my character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, you know, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from. And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard, for sure. Like if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong, like for example the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So like now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can go in high value. That's not intentional. Like the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes, but I definitely feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not you. There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually because it, you know, I would rather just craft from a white base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good. And so what's the point? But yeah, there's a bit of that. And so, but again, it's very important with these kinds of things not to just like, that's obviously right. Let's just change everything. And now item gearing is just ruined because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So, yeah, fine tooth comb, being very careful with it.
Yeah, okay.
For sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Like Omen of Homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like you're pretty happy with that overall?
I think overall I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about abyss crafting? Now that that's going core, is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of waystone crafting from it.
Yeah,
sure, there'll be a few number changes around.
Yeah, just little bits here and there. Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing like no significant change to that at this point, for sure. But that's still
that's good to hear.
When you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons.
Because the big thing too is you're going to be very limited compared to the last league, right? Like where abyss crafting was near limitless because of how easily you could get the crafting materials because you were doing abysses in almost every map, right? And so you were getting good drops and stuff versus now you're going to have to go out of your way on the Atlas tree or on the Atlas map in the end game to get those crafting materials. So they're not going to be as prevalent. So obviously I would think that that's going to slow the abyssal crafting way down and then force you to go to the trade and try to get those materials, and of course I'm sure they'll be uber expensive, and so then you'll be back to you can't afford it, so you're hoping that a decent thing drops on the ground and then it never does. And then you're just like, okay, I guess I'll just go back to playing Lightning Arrow till I get enough divs to just buy the gear that I need.
Have you seen in terms of like players kind of making
that's the counter to that, if you will.
Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, work within that.
I'll tell you, like, if we have a in-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good. Right. We're past that. We can put that in our review. Excellent.
Yeah, trade is absolutely mandatory, essential in Path of Exile too. It just is, because, like I said, you're dependent on RNG, and I'm telling you right now, if you're running, you could run a certain class and never get a relevant class drop for, you could run 100 hours and not get a drop that's useful but then you could go. You might get 10 bows that are good for a ranger, and then vice versa. You know,
people
so
would craft like really good gear super easily. That they would stop playing. Like the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like there is, to an extent, the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play. They gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result. Like in a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen, but at the end of the day, like retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, you know, like if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because you know, when it comes right down to it, like our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that you, each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So you know, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So you know, retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly in that way.
Players hyper fixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like what are we doing? You know, like how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyper fixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can, on some level, judge the success of how much people like the league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people are.
But like at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it. Because like that, you know, as long as they're like happy and they want to come back, you know, then we're happy.
If you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others, you know.
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out then, the crafting, trading thing. I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good.
Yep.
So good.
Agreed.
All right, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think 'cause it's like where do you guys feel it's at now? What about now? Can we scroll to the end? Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's the speed at which you move.
Very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys can type an actual question in chat. I'm just saying instead of just chanting, but
well, I mean, adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them. And it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like get the double socketable effect on boots, put all the movement speed runes in, and it's well, great, now you got. And you know, it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool. What else is not much else has really changed
kind of
there.
like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are.
All right, guys, I think they're got to be getting pretty close to wrapping up. I'm gonna take a real quick break, and then grab some water, and then as soon as they wrap this up, we'll get going on Vault Breakers. So I'll be right back, guys.
I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree, but
I've been more on that side of things, like maybe make some of the maps a little smaller so that move speed's less important, I feel. We don't like mandatory mod items on it was that topic. Okay, cool. Thanks team. Just confirming that. Yeah, I feel like that's been discussed fairly well at this point.
We're at the same stance on that, really. Which is, it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. You know, it's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on, you know what I mean? So
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely, but is that one that is getting
we've done number
love,
buffs at the very least, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think almost every Ascendancy class has some level, like, honestly, some of it is like one node changed, some of it, like, for example, Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and, like, we got rid, I mean, Pathfinder just did that, we got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that, like, multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, wow, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the POE 1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, you know, for just like, you know, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes, I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just monk
list.
generally improvements as well, just balance-wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got
Been pretty
changes everywhere.
in the thick of it.
I think the patch notes currently lacks... we have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like, when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like, we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like, so it's a different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do, like, you know, 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. Specifically as specters, and honestly, you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like, not, because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player, and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player, because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's, you know, only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is, I think we're still doing, I've held back from the patch notes, I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that, just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement to the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is, and that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
I know they were like, I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, bosses ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like, more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common, we've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that, and done a whole pass. But even then, like, I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat, but the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Nice.
Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around, but this, what I was talking about doing will, yes.
Okay.
It just, what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says, will be in a post later this week. Or later, in the week coming. So
a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right. In any game ever. No, I mean, because it's kind of true, right? Like,
there's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game. And it's like quarterstaves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it.
Yeah,
It's like doesn't count as well.
But
it's like a half-ranged weapon, I guess.
Stormwave really melee, then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
I know. We need swords. I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So
And axes. Bring axes.
It sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Yes, it's the importance is understood. It seems it's a bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
It's a bit cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes, some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. At the end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
Kind of a lot better now, for sure. We've nerfed it. But yeah, lots of around the. I mean, honestly, like. I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made, like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game, but certainly the gap is narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other, and less bad about decisions, and so that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually, but huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit, for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one, where like just having an uncapped combo thing, and you get damage per combo. I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well. Some of these outliers 100% brought into place, given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed things to be a bit better, and just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision we can? What would we do? And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be? If so, let's do that, and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The Balanced Ninja Squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like. AoE.
Yes, but for things that are not already up at the top tier, generally.
Great. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. It seemed like at one point, like druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or they were like
a long
that
time.
That was actually for the huntress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, weird. Yeah. So it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
Probably not anytime soon.
Decided not less interesting than other options. Yeah. All right. Cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time. And yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time, but it's much more close than it was last time. Like, there's just some stuff that needs to happen, but like, it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But yeah, like next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's like it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems because like the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all, and you know, yeah, it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it to work.
Looking forward to it, so I can
I
do inventory management.
I know. We will have it, but yeah,
controller inventory.
Yes, that's going to be amazing.
Okay, good
That's
news.
one
It's
where,
being worked on daily,
which,
it sounds
you know,
like.
I mean,
Do you have,
obviously
like, a
can
rough
be done
timeline
right.
for
Last
release, or
Epoch does a
how's
good
that
job
going?
with it.
don't really have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, it's got to. I really want it to be next year. Like, I really do. So, you know, like it'll be. I really want it to be next year. But
we certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to. It's certainly by having to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like,
you need to do.
We want people to play the game still and enjoy it, and you know, do what we want to do. But so yeah, you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of like we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean that has an expense.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy. So
that's true.
Yeah, that's what needs to happen first. So you know,
it's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
With the performance improvements, which look like really impressive, even more than the 25% you're saying, like looking at the side-by-side footage is like it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because like that's kind of like I want to make sure. Like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver was the plan, but effectively, like I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so you know like GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, you know, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. And, you know, just, traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. So like now, there's so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up. Awesome. But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. It's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launch, just because like the thing with multi-threading is that depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Effectively, that would be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. I probably should make like a video on exactly some of the go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
And it feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding
ridiculous
things that we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
and I'm
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
It's we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's not even, it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is like I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point when I'm looking at it now, I'm like we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally really on this every time.
I have. Just because it's been such a big issue, and I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And as I said, like already it's so much better now. But we'll be even better than that.
Awesome, fantastic. It's great news. Patch notes are here.
All
so
right.
we will end there and let
no
people
one's interested in listening to us anymore. They've got
stuff.
stuff.
Everybody's gone.
Yeah.
No, thank you very much, guys. That was a pleasure to talk to you once again, and I look forward to checking it out and going and playing some more.
Excellent.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's good to have you here.
Alrighty, thanks for the questions, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for watching.
Cameras on, so I'll just look at you.
Right.
All right. Got all my info updated here. Okay, guys. We are ready. Let's dive into Vault Breakers. All right, so we need to teleport. Try to take as little damage as possible. And there you go. It would be nice too if I could adjust my keybinds individually versus the only setting I saw, the only option was, okay, so we need to go up here. All right, so we need to follow the road. All right, let's get over here and find this guy. Yeah, these keybinds are terrible. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the default keybinds are absolutely butt cheeks here. So let's see if we can't do some adjustments. So yeah, you got WASD and you're down here using an attack on shift and E and R and spacebar and just yeah. I'm not. All right, let's see if we can we okay, we can rebind individually. Okay. So let's either, man, I tell you what, let's get rid of the mouse completely. And let's just go arrows. See if that works better. And then we'll just two hands on the keyboard here. Okay. Okay. Consumable item. Activatable item. Basic attack. You know what? Let's go back. Let's change that. And then we'll do this. Okay. All right. And then the rest of that, let's go mouse click to interact. Okay. Okay. Let's try that. Let's see what happens there. I would almost, I was going to say, if I could, as much as I hate click to move, we might look at that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna die, guys. Okay. Okay, so no healing. I don't possess the ability to heal myself apparently. Or I've got it on the wrong button. So, we'll see. All right. Okay. So, yeah, so earlier I had some stuff. And then I had a healing potion earlier before. And apparently, when we got disconnected, we lost that. So apparently, if you quit, you're gonna lose everything. So that's interesting. All right, and then we need to take this a little more seriously on avoiding enemy damage. So, because we're definitely not doing much in the way of damage ourselves. So, the damage avoidance, the targeting system, it's all a little wonky. Initially, anyways. So, because again, I have no way to heal, so. And then, like I said, we're not doing much in the way of damage, and there's apparently no auto targeting. So, yeah, I mean, I was facing. Look, it's shooting like this is absolute shit, guys. How do I target the? Seriously, there's no how do you target? Like this might be pretty short lived, guys. I'm trying to be patient here, but I mean I don't even know how do you target an enemy, because my basic attack just fired in 17 random directions. So we got a mouse over. Okay. There you go. So we're going to have to mouse over for targeting, which is absolutely useless for the way we've got our keybinds set up currently. So. Okay, so the mouse is our directional. It's what we're looking at. So the problem there, of course, is we don't have. Okay. Okay, hang on just a second. Okay. 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 That's a little bit better. Still a little wonky, but okay. Now we're getting better. Okay. And that's a little awkward. It'd be a lot better if you could just mouse over and click on them. Okay, go north and find the old crone. Okay, so the goodbye button doesn't work. Okay, I got a better idea here, guys. Okay. Learn a way to break the unnatural vines. Okay, guys. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh, there's the mini map. Can I move the location of the mini map? That would be ideal.
If you hear howling tonight, it's not the wind.
Oh, you can put the vines back? There you go. Okay. All right, so I guess we beat our first one. Finally, starting to figure it out here. I really had to straighten out those keybinds though. That was a hot mess. At least for me, I couldn't get my hands to do that stuff. All right, to keep any items you do not wish to bring on missions, you can place them in storage. All right, there you go, boys.
Our path is clear. Speak from your heart. The light is within you.
Yep, sorry about that. Okay. Increasing ley energy allows for teleportation in more areas and is required to unlock more quests and features. Ley energy is gained primarily from quests. Okay. Okay. So it says okay. So it looks like the upgrade system's either not in place or not active because we are not getting. I tried it a couple times. Did not seem to work. So, okay. Okay, got a little warning. All right. All right. Interacting with extraction portals. Solo extraction portals requires channeling can only be used by one person. Group extraction portals will extract everyone inside the area when the countdown completes. Okay. We are here and looks like we need to go all the way. Man, movement's still a little wonky. But it's better than it was. Where the hell's my mouse at? Huh. My mouse disappeared there for a minute. So do we have to go all the way? I guess we got to go all the way back around where we were already at. Am I understanding that right? All right. I don't. Okay. All right. So we're going to Wolf's Wood. I guess we always have access to our storage. All right, guys, give me just a minute. I gotta take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Appreciate you guys sticking around, being patient. Like I said, we're trying to figure this out. I tell you what, man. You know what? Let's cancel that. Okay, so here's what we got to do. we've got to figure out. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so move right. I want to do that. Move left. I want to do this. And then interact. Okay. Okay, and then I can mash the buttons here. Okay, let's give that a try. Okay, let's see if that works. Do. Oh, why am I waiting for other players if I'm running solo? Now it looks like I've spawned in a different spot this time. Where are we at? Oh, so you just randomly spawn in some random spot on the map? Man, the movement speed, or the movement skills, and trying to bind it and trying to get it to where you can move out of the way and avoid attacks is kind of a pain. This is the biggest colossal pain in the ass of any game I've ever played. I'll say that. Like trying to get it where, so because I could get it set up where I can either avoid all the attacks and never attack myself, or both. Like, I'm not sure that there's an awareness that the average human only possesses two hands. I'm just not sure. I'm not certain how you set it up. Like, you almost need to go all keyboard. All right, guys. I'm going to try one. We're going to go back to keyboard. I'm going to try this again. And then let's see. We may just... All right. Let's see what we can do here. Okay, where'd we end up? We ended up here. Oh, I remember why. That's right. Okay. Yeah. So, all right, guys. I remember why I did what I did with the mouse, because the targeting function works off of the mouse. So you've got to have the mouse in your hand, unless there's a way to change that. But I didn't see targeting, unless I missed it. Cancel aiming. Yeah, I don't. So there's no way to do that. All right, maybe we can get used to it. Plus the directional. Okay, that was a little better than last time, but it wasn't great, guys, for one simple reason. Yeah, the directional stuff is killing me. I'm just... Okay, and you lose your gear. Every iteration you start completely from scratch. Okay, so we're 100% going to die based on the fact that we where the hell did this thing go? Yeah, so okay. All right, we're gonna give this the good game, the good college try, guys. Ah, there you go. I put the crystal in the storage. I guess that's why I couldn't upgrade it. Oh, hang on a second. This is a permanent upgrade. This is going to be huge. So keep 50% of your crafting materials when you die. And wounds. 90% of all damage you receive is converted to wounds, which are passively recovered over time. Okay, let's do that. So that should really increase our survivability if it works the way it reads if it works how it reads, this should change our survivability a lot. Because we're going to recover it sounds like we're going to be able to do some life regen is basically what it sounds like. Now, if I'm wrong, then I don't know. Okay. Okay. Okay, boys. It's getting better. I think we got it set up in a sort of man, I tell you what. What if we got some gear? How cool would that be? There we go. I don't. Okay. 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 Yeah, the movement is really awkward. And then trying to move and attack, it's really kind of awkward. And then the movement too is kind of weird for me anyways. So it's not based on your character's orientation at all. It's based on screen orientation. So you can move to the left, move to the right, you can move up or you can move down. And it doesn't matter what your character's orientation is. They basically move on an XY axis screen orientation, if that makes sense. Okay, what kind of perks do we have here? Longer spark flight. Okay, so gain more distance and additional damage. And applies knockback. Let's go with the Wrecking Ball perk. Or do we get all three of these? I guess we get all three of those.
Watch your step. These wounds, you've lingered long enough.
You can change your Vault Breaker at any time while in the Haven. Oh, okay. Well, apparently you can't change your perk, though. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. I see. Reading, man. Reading. Okay, so we've got... Alright, so we've got Sparkwig. Let's see. Let's look at Nymera. Wild Elf, single target damage. Her weaknesses are area damage, low durability, and crowd control. Who's Lumiri? Strengths, shields, area control. Weaknesses, target control. Strengths, durable, single target damage. Weaknesses, mobility. Let's try a different Vault Breaker here. Okay, guys. All right, so let's give this one a whirl. See how it feels. Who's the chick with the bow? Hang on, that's what I want. Yeah, I guess the other chick's the one with the bow. I wish I could move the mini map. That would be so cool if we could move the mini map to a different place, because for me, it's basically on a part of my screen that I can't even see most of the time. Okay, where are we? We're here. And we need to get to a question mark over here. Okay, which one do we need to get to first? Well, that didn't last long. All right, so I'm not sure that this is the game for me, guys. Some of you guys might enjoy it, but it's not the kind of thing that I'm into, I don't think. This whole focus on avoiding being attacked instead of getting in and just being able to just wreak absolute havoc on stuff. I don't know. Let's see. Let's try the chick with the bow. Oh. Is this... Oh, here's the chick with the bow. Okay. All right, there we go. Okay. Let's give this one a whirl. I will say this, the game looks good. I mean, it's got a really nice visual appearance. Okay, where are we at? Okay, so we are about as far away as we could possibly be. So we've got that going for us. That's the other one too, where like this whole randomly I don't. Okay, guys. All right, so the main objective at this point is just avoiding. Got to try to get better at avoiding the attacks, because health and survivability here are just non-existent. We got no regen. We ain't got nothing helpful there. So you just, and I mean, they said it on the note page there. It's like about avoiding damage in the first place, but easier said than done with the movement mechanics set up the way they are. Like I said, if you could, if you had auto targeting, like if we had tab targeting, this would be fine. But without the ability to target with the keyboard, you've got to have the mouse in your hand to do combat. And then the way, like, you can, how do you set it up, right? And so like I've got it set up where I'm moving with the mouse, but it is awkward as hell. Like I've got everything keyed up on the mouse, but like I said, it's just super awkward. Damn, there's a good one. Like every time I click, so every time I click, it moves me because my move bind's on there. So that'd be good if they could separate that out. Okay, so my temporary solution is I'll click it myself manually. Okay. All right. All right, boys. Man, somebody must already be in here. Okay, so there must be somebody in here because everything is... See, there's another one of those super awkward... Okay. Oh, wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who the hell is this? Oh, is this another character? Screw you, bro. Yeah, this game's stupid. I'm out. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, this ain't for me, boys. Okay. I'm just minding my own business, guys. I'm just trying to figure stuff out. Okay, and then of course when you, yeah. All right, I'm out, guys. I am out. I just yeah. Okay, so with the movement and the targeting and just the whole setup, like it's not really something that I'm interested in. It was worth giving it a try, but we'll just go back to playing POE because I don't really see much point in continuing playing this. Okay. Yeah. Yep. All right, boys. I'm done with Vault Breakers. I gave it a good college try. Fourth. All right, boys. There we go. All right. So yeah. So Vault Breakers, not for me. I'm sure. I am sure that there are a lot of people who will enjoy it, and maybe in their folks who probably play games like that consistently. However, for me, just the movement and the targeting and the way that it was set up, and then the whole resetting, like you literally lose everything. You start from scratch every single time. So like there's no, like I wasn't making any progress. Played for what, about an hour? Didn't make any progress at all. Couldn't even sort out a good way to set up my movement and keybinds to where I could both move, attack, and target. So just one of those things. So it is what it is. No hard feelings. Like I said, visually the game looked really good. And what I did do, I mean, everything felt fine. I think they're on the right track, and I wish them the best of luck. But I'm going to stick to playing ARPGs, at least for now. So, all right. So what we're going to do today instead is grind maps in Path of Exile. So... Okay, I believe we're on tier 10 maps. If I remember where we left off last night, yes, we're at tier 10s. Oh, hang on a second. I've already done some of these tier 10s. When did I do tier 10 maps? Hang on just a second. Okay. So we need to do one of these. And then we need to do one of these. Okay. And then let's alch these ones that are white. And then those are the tier 10s. I don't remember doing any tier 10 maps, but apparently I have. So. No, hang on. I haven't done any tier 11s. And I haven't done any tier 12. Oh. I wonder... Maybe those are ones that aren't required. I don't know. That's kind of weird. So, because, look. I'm not sure. Okay, well, we'll just go through and we'll do what we do. Okay, hang on a second here. you're talking to Cassidy. Yeah.
Greetings.
All right, guys, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in just a little bit. All right, guys, we're back. Sorry, I had to eat dinner real quick. All right, we're ready to rock and roll. Back to map. Let's grind, grind, grind. Yeah, kiddo. You ain't had no ice cream or anything, right? No, you had ice cream. No. No, kiddo. Not today. Give me a sec, guys.
Hello.
Oh, forgot to unmute. All right.
Hail God Slayer.
There we go. 5 Chow Swords. Let's go. Okay. Put this stuff up. Yes. Cass. Oh, you're moving the table. All right. Next map. Here we go. What's Kirak? Whew. Couldn't think of his name.
My men encountered the
Okay. Primordial Pool. All right, Delirium. Tukahama. let's see here. See if either one of these are any good. Cold damage, lightning damage. No. Socketed melee gems. 17%. No. Okay. Let's do this Hive Fortress real quick. Oh. How we doing, chat? Everybody doing good? Oh, we got a skill point too. I forgot we leveled up in that last map. Boys, where's the metal? There we go. Excuse me, sorry. All right. Let's see, boys. How do we get out of here? Not this way. Yeah. Just show me, yeah, show me some more. That's fine. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Man, I'm gonna kill these guys for the XP. You know what? I almost wonder, like, there's no time, is there, for how long you have to escape? So, like, could you technically just sit here and just power level? Kind of curious. Let's hang out here for a minute and see. Otherwise, are you telling me there's an event where you don't get XP for killing monsters? You know what I mean? No, we're not getting any XP for this. Okay. So, I'm assuming you get XP for the while you were in there before that event starts. Surely. Okay. All right, guys, give me just a second here. I got my 2 older kids. Got to help them settle something real quick. I'll be right back. All right, guys, we're back. Let me get set back up here. All right. Okay. All right, we're set back up now. Yep. Got 2 teenage daughters. Always some sort of drama. Chow Sorb. Let's go. Okay, yes, you can have that. Hey, but that's it though, okay? Chow Sorb. Let's go. Chow Sorb. Come on. Hell yeah, two Chow Sorbs. All right. Nice. That was a good one, boys. All right. Blight is in the books there. And then we've got to make our way over here. Kill us a boss. All right. He did. All right. Another map complete.
Hello.
All right, so we ended up with 5 Chaos Orbs on that one. That's not bad. Not bad. Okay, adds 30 to 57 fire damage. Man, that's okay. That'd be good for leveling potentially on an alt. 45% to lightning res. Energy shield covers. No, we don't. Okay. Let's see here. Need to clean up these messes.
Greetings.
Neither pauper nor prince.
All right, let's go this way, I guess. All right, let's go check this. Yep. Nothing over there, just a corner. All right, got us another hive. Spell damage, cold damage, lightning. No. Jesse, what are you doing? Oh, it's your slime?
Let's get it done. Cover me.
Yeah, kiddo. No. I don't think you need to have any. Do you have chocolate milk with your lunch today at school? You what? Who's gonna help you make it? You know what? You know how? Can you do it without making a mess though? Not a, well, it depends on if the milk's too full, right? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, we can't go that way, boys. Well, I guess the downside to my strategy of not opening up the whole fortress is now I have no idea which ways are blocked and which ways aren't. That's alright. There we go.
I cannot carry this.
There we go. Alright, and then let's see, do we need that? No. Alrighty, guys. More than 50 monsters left. More than 50 monsters. There's not a lot of places for that thing to branch from there unless it goes this other direction. I'm guessing it's not going to branch. Okay. Blight event's done. Okay.
Hello.
All right, let's see what this is. 151 to max life. 70% increase. Nah, we don't need that. 23 to dexterity. 26% increased damage with both skills. Meh. Meh. Okay, sell all that. Sell it. Sold. Okay. All right, so sell all that.
Greetings.
How are we doing on graph blood? We are full. Let's hit the tree real quick, guys.
Hardly impressive.
Greetings.
All right, give me just a second here, guys. I got to get something set up on my phone real quick. Then we'll get going again. Not yet. Two falls. What the hell is that? Okay. All right. Sorry about that, guys.
She will soon bear fruit. The Genesis tree accepts. She will soon bear fruit.
Hey, give me 1 second here, guys. Kid needs help with something real quick.
The dreamer sees you. You are doing well.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. Had a GFCI outlet trip. Had to help my kiddo. All right. Global crit. No. Projectile damage. Cause bleeding. Energy shield. Projectile speed. Hold damage. Lightning damage. Increased minion duration. Impale enemies. Okay. Okay. All right. Lion's Eye Vision Crusader Plate. I don't understand that one. Oh. There we go. Okay. There it is. Man, the stats on this one are much better. Well, significantly better. You know, it don't matter. I'm never going to use either one of them anyway, so it doesn't matter. Worrying about stuff that don't matter, boys. All right.
Still alive?
Greetings. Hello.
What the hell happened to my map? I guess I finished that map. I guess. That's weird. I guess because I poured. Why did my map close? I don't understand that at all. Okay, so. Yep, 3 maps left. 3 maps left to do. Okay. All right, just a second. We'll get going here, guys. Good find, Exile. All right. How do we get out of here, boys? Nope. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Chow Sorb, let's go. Oh. There we go. It's way too much effort to pick stuff up, guys. Chow sword! Let's go. Let's see. What are you trying to do? Give me 1 second here, guys. Kid needs help. All right. No, you take the controller. Just put it on your table. All right. Okay. All right. All right.
Hello.
All right, let me see here. So 1 to 777. Oh yeah.
Greetings.
Okay, back to work. Oh. Oh, wrong button, guys. Wrong button. Okay. Missed the bridge. 0 monsters left. Map complete.
Greetings. Greetings.
All right. Whoa. Okay. Where are we at here?
It's put out new mycelium. Ugh, new roots. It's branching exile.
Chow Sorb! Let's go! Okay. Let's see. All right, we got all that. All right. Okay.
Greetings.
let's see here. Area damage, poison duration.
Greetings.
Enough to be respectable, barely.
All right, let's do Maven here. Oh, do, 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 do.
Greetings. Greetings.
All right. I guess this is our last tier 10 map, I think. I'm gonna stand up and stretch my legs real quick. Give me just a second here, guys. Guarantee it. Yeah. Heck yeah. All right, guys, here we go.
Will you wash clean the marks of failure? Shrapnel and shards abound. Lightning descends. Mortality seeks you in kind. The storm comes swiftly.
Yo, what's up, Rex? How are you? Nice. Congrats. Congratulations. Nothing quite nicer than the DD214. Yeah, that is so awesome, man. Yeah, no problem at all, man. I'm trying not to die anyways.
Avoid the miasma if you can.
Fuck. Fuck. That's kind of dumb. Zero monsters remain. Oh, we got a breach over here.
Let's see you get.
Okay. There we go. 2 blight maps. Hell yeah. Alright. No monsters map complete.
Greetings.
Let's see. What?
Hello.
You might consider a will, given your line of work.
Sorry, my mic goes off. Okay, there's a way to make a map white again, I think. Okay, hang on. One of these things does something. I can't remember what the hell it is though. Alright. Nope, that's normal item. Whatever. It don't matter. We'll just use this. Okay. There we go. All right. All right. Let's see. Okay, we're ready for tier 11s. Okay. Welcome back, Rex. Welcome back. Hey, I'm gonna run grab a drink of water. Or actually, I got water. So, I'm just gonna stretch my legs for a minute. Usually when I need to stretch my legs, I need water too, but... Oh, all right. I'm gonna stand up for a minute. I'll be right back. All right. All right. All right. All right, we gotta go back over here, do our blight, and then I skipped over. Chow Sorb, let's go. Okay. Oh no, we're missing one. Oh, it's over here. There it is. All right, here we go. Chow Sorb, let's go. Oh.
I cannot carry this.
Let's see. Okay. Nope. The hell's the boss at? Oh. I guess I got it. Never mind. All right. All right. Let's get some stuff out of the bags. Wait a minute. No, there was a... Never mind. Okay.
Hello.
30%, 40 to int, 72 max life, 15 max mana.
Greetings.
Enough to be respectable, barely.
Okay. Alright. Alright, let's see what we got here. Chow Sorbs. Alright, gotta empty some bags here, boys.
Greetings.
Let's see. Okay. See, we're gonna sell this. Sell that 32 to strength. Hang on a second here. Okay. Alright, armor and evasion. Strength, evasion, gone. Sell. See, 32% reduced attribute requirements. Yep, we don't need that. Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Neither pauper nor prince.
All right. Damn, them boys are hitting hard. Okay. I did not. There was a blight over here, wasn't there? Did I do that blight? I can't remember. Let me see. Let me go over here and check this because I can't remember. Okay. All right. There we go. Hell yeah, 2 more blight maps. Exalted. Oh, shards. Shards. Okay. That's all of that. Now we gotta go back around the other way. We'll do the hive. All right.
Let's get it done. Cover me. Burn it all to the ground.
Alright, guys, now we gotta figure out how the hell to get out of here. Alrighty, guys. I guess it's going to be the last one I try. All right. Okay. Not good enough. All right.
Greetings.
Overstrike, spellfire damage. 12 added spell physical damage.
Greetings.
Still alive?
All right. All right, guys. I gotta take a quick break, get my kids tucked in. So I will be back in a few minutes. Alright, guys. We're back. Got the kiddos tucked in. Ready to rock and roll. Hang on. All right. Give me just a second here, guys. I want to do something real quick. I got me a game code for Gray Zone Warfare, so I'm gonna get it downloading. Okay. Give me a second here. Okay. Okay, perfect. All right, got that downloading. Okay. And then let me put my phone on charger here. Okay, were we let's see, we were done with this map, right? Map complete, yep. And we've got a passive to put on. Got to put our passive in real quick. All right. Whoa, what the hell's going on? What the hell is up with that? Okay. Players cannot regenerate life, mana, or energy shield. Oh, well, fuck this. This map's there's not a whole lot of point in running this map. I should have paid attention to that. I should have sold that map, boys. Should have sold this one. That's why you gotta look, guys. You gotta look. Oh, I got in a hurry there, boys, and I clicked the wrong button.
Put out new mycelium. Ugh, new roots. The blight is trying to spread.
Oh no. Well, this fight's gonna suck. Oh yeah, that was inevitable. That was inevitable. Oh, this is dumb, guys. Super dumb. Man, I'm not just gonna sit here banging my head against the wall dying. If we don't get him this time, I'm just gonna abandon this map. It's just not worth the XP loss. Fuck. I just can't. Stupid. Stupid. I mean, honestly, the fact that that's a mod on a map is kind of stupid. Like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of dumb. All right, so we just lost a stupid amount of experience. Belfry. That was dumb. I'm dumb for wasting my time doing that. That's what it really comes down to. I'm dumb. Oh, you know what? Red maps have to be corrupted to get credit for them, don't they? I don't have any more of those. That's right. I'm pretty sure I'm screwing this up. I think red maps have to be corrupted.
Hello.
Ugh. So irritating.
slow.
Okay, so I lost what? 30% XP on that deal? Yeah. 30%. I was I was at 93% to level 91. So
Enough to be respected.
what was I thinking, guys? It's hard to be dumb sometimes. Okay. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that the red maps have to be corrupted. Yes. Yes, they do. Okay. So I wasted a couple maps too. Alright. That's alright, guys. I've never been this far in the game, so you live, you learn, boys. You live, you learn. Alright, that's okay. Okay, so we've got Acid Caverns, Arcade, and Ashen Wood is what we've got in here. And we need, okay, so we've got Acid Caverns, Arcade, Ashen Wood, and we need a Belfry. Hell yeah, we can do that one. Okay. Hang on a second. Okay, so we're short a Belfry. So we need a tier 11 Belfry. All right. Belfry. Ugh. Monsters gain blah 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 blah. Oh, as extra chaos damage. I don't want nothing to do with that. Temporal change. %. Nope, don't want that. All right.
Comfortable, but hardly impressive.
Okay. So, Alcorbs. Okay. I need to stick this one over here for a second so I don't screw it up. Okay. And then for this, we need to hit it with the cartographers. Okay. And then we need to anoint.
Neither pauper nor prince.
Oh, bless.
Okay. And then we corrupt. Fuck. Ah. So that blight map's got no regen on it too. That's all right. I probably won't need it. It's a blight map, so if I'm careful, it'll probably work out. Okay. Well, we might as well fire that one up. Might as well let her rip. Oh, wrong one. Damn it, boys. Went with the wrong thing.
Mycelium. New roots.
shit. Whoa, what happened here, boys? My game froze up. Oh, they're attacking my pump. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Whew. That was close, boys. That was super close. I mean, that was as close gets. Phew. That made me nervous, boys. I can't reach it. All right, we'll get that one later. Chow Orb. Let's go. that all of them? Man, that was some absolute chaos, boys. All right, that's all of them. Okay. All right, so, and then I got, what, about 7% back on the XP we lost?
Greetings.
So. Okay, Val Temple map. Orb of Corgi. All right.
Neither pauper nor prince.
Neither Papa nor Prince. We got almost 1 million gold though, boys. Okay.
Greetings.
Strength. 6% increase evasion. Alright, let's just sell that stuff. What the hell, boys? Does the Blight map not count as having done one of the maps? I'm so confused. I don't know. What the hell, man? Fuck this map. Never gonna get to level 91, boys. Damn, boys. There we go.
You cut a Parandus. And you definitely should not do so. But if you do, we bleed diplomacy. Don't test it. It's a metaphor. Put the knife away and allow...
I'm going to kill you, Giannis. Just not yet.
Damn, boys. Monster's starting to hit hard. Oh, damn, boys. I don't know what I fired off to get that going, but... Chow Sword! Let's go. Chow Sword! Let's go.
I cannot carry this.
just hoped I'd get a warrior's death.
Death is simply the way. You've made your show of force, Savage. I submit and entreat you.
A truce.
I cannot carry this.
Oh, you can't portal?
I cannot carry this.
Exile?
Global crit. 18% fire and chaos res. Attack and cast speed. Let's see here. You streaming, Rex?
Blessings.
100% chance to block attack damage. You still over there on kick there, Rex? $79 max life. We don't need that.
Hello.
%30 chance to avoid being stuck. Oh. Get done with this map. I gotta stand up. Stretch a little bit. How was your stream, man?
Don't try anything stupid.
You don't want to kill me. You want intelligence. Good. Now listen closely.
Hello.
Let's see. Strength and Dex. Lightning, Chaos Res. Okay.
Hello.
Mana, Elo Res. And what about this? Evasion, regen, fire res, lightning chaos res. Man, that's not bad. All attributes. Three strength to int. Evasion, lightning res. Alright, boys.
Hello. Hello.
I thought for sure you were dead this time.
Huh. So I guess it says Atlas map complete. Atlas bonus complete. Okay, Atlas map complete. Well, I don't understand how come I didn't get the bonus. Because I don't know. No, I don't know, boys. Alright. Let's alk it. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna stand up for a minute. Alright, guys. Alright, so we got two choices. We can either keep grinding maps or we can check out Gray Zone Warfare. So it's been done downloading for a while. So hit the wrong button. So we can keep grinding maps or we can check out another game. What do you guys think? We'll watch more maps or check out Gray Zone Warfare. Gray Zone Warfare is it's a FPS game. So I've never played it before, so I can't tell you anything about it. I just got it. I just want a code for it tonight, so got to give it a whirl either today or tomorrow. But now I kind of want to leave it up to you guys, because if you guys want to see it, then we can switch over. But if not, then I'll just keep grinding maps and I'll check that out tomorrow. Ciao, Sorb. Let's go. Oh, well, I guess we're doing Blight. I accidentally clicked on that. That's okay. Not a problem. I like Blight. It's a lot of fun. Back it up, boys. Back away from my pump. There we go. Blight maps. I like Blight maps. What? Yeah, boys. My arms are full of blood. I'm just glad we're starting to get some blight map drops and some map drops in general. Atlas finally starting to do some work where that's like where we've got blight in pretty much every map, so that's the way we want it. What the hell was the point of that? Doesn't seem like it rewarded us anything. Map complete. All right.
Greetings.
Neither pauper nor prince.
Welcome back.
She will soon bear fruit. She is pleased.
Come on, bro. Where's the good currency at? Need some of that good currency.
Yes, just like that.
Alright. Alright. Adds 11 to 15 cold damage. Knock enemies back. Fire damage. Increased attack damage. I have to. 23% increased attack damage. don't know. Because I'm not really... yeah. Okay.
Enough to be respectable. Barely.
Hello.
All right. Okay. So I need a rampart still? I'm so confused. When did I do... Why am I getting credit for some of them and some of them I'm not getting credit for? I don't understand. Bonus complete. Okay. All right, that's that. Two monsters remain. We're not going to worry about those.
Greetings.
Why is that a 12?
Greetings.
Comfortable, but hardly impressive.
All right, let's check out the back street hideout, boys. Oh, cords everywhere.
This seems like a good area. With the death of the last monster here, the very air itself feels different.
Oh shit. That's what I get for not watching the screen. Man, how lucky was that, boys? I got so lucky. Yes, I died. Chow Sorb! So I died. Yeah, I died, but I leveled up at the same time. So I didn't lose no XP. That was beautiful.
Greetings. Hello. Hello.
Enough to be respectable, barely.
All right, let's see where we're at here. All right, give me 1 second. Alright, guys. We're back. All right. Did we do arcade already? Okay. Bramble Valley's done. Oh. Okay. Arcade. Done, 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 done. Okay, so we need Acid Caverns. Then we got 3 blight maps. Okay. Sweet. Let's take that. And then we need a ramparts. Okay. And then how do I... How do I take a map back to white? Or can I? Let's just do that. Okay. All right. Yep, both of those are done, and then we'll val them. Okay. And then this should get us... Oh, hang on. Skill or passive skill point. All right, boys, here we go.
Yes, count them as a trial. Productive.
Okay, let's just go up here since we're here already, guys. Okay. All right, boys. Another one in the books. Now, if I understand what we're doing, and I think I do, I should have credit for the ramparts now. Of course, I may not.
Hello.
Why the hell does... Why does it keep... Why did my map tier change, guys? Is it because of the corruption? I guess maybe the corruption upgraded my map tier? Does that happen? I mean, I'm not necessarily familiar with everything. Okay, 39% increased spell damage. 40% increased elemental damage. It's not bad, boys. Max life 50 to dex. Now that I ain't got much use for. Okay. Holy shit, man. These cards take up so much room. Like, you need a quad tab for these things if you're going to collect all of them.
Hello.
Okay, boys. This is killing me, boys. Oh, no. I ain't got nothing but... Well, let me look at something here. So that's what I don't understand. I'm not sure that Do blight maps count? No, I guess not. They wouldn't count because you're not going to get the bonus objective because... Alright, so I need a tier 11 Acid Caverns map. Yeah, because there's no boss and you get the bonus objective by beating the boss. So, there you go. There we go. That's what I need right there. There we go, boys. Okay. Tier 11 Acid Caverns. 1 Cartographer's Chisel.
Godslayer, good day.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Enough to be respectable.
Chow Sorb. Let's go. Chow Sorb. Let's go. The hell? Oh. Just nothing that made it past the loot filter. There we go. Not bad, not bad. Hell yeah. Couple blight maps. I'm not gonna lie, guys. This map kind of sucks. Not a fan. Like the as far as navigating around the map, you know what I mean? Like just there's shit everywhere. What the shit, boys? See what I mean? Like, this is just pain in the ass. Like all these maps are a means to an end, right? Like, I'm just trying to get through these as fast as I can, so that way I can get my vault stuff for my bonus objectives, and then start grinding 15s, 16s and stuff, and working on all that. So like, the whole idea is to just blow through these quick, and then you get a map like this that's slow. Now the monster density in here has been pretty good. There must have been 2 million monsters in this map. So, that's good. Lots of XP. Yeah. Well, and then also too, like, breach in this map, right? Like, this is absolute trash, boys. Like, I ain't got enough monsters to stabilize my breach. So, I mean, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is.
I cannot carry this.
46 dex, 10 to 18 damage to attacks. Life per enemy killed. No. Pretty sure I already got one of those. 20 max life, regen 120 life per second, cold res. There we go. Got us a sweet jewel. A sweet jewel, boys. How many monsters are left? 0 monsters remain. Map complete. Well, looky there. Looky what I did. Alright, boys.
Greetings.
Strength, intelligence from passives in radius is transformed to strength. Huh. That's an interesting one. %, increased damage over time.
Greetings.
%20 increase fizz.
Hello.
Okay. All right, guys. We are on to tier 12. All right. On to tier 12 maps.
Comfortable, but hardly impressive.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to call it a night. We finished up a couple tiers, so that's going to be it tonight. I appreciate you guys all being here and hanging out. Appreciate all the support. Hope you guys had a good time, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Everybody have a great night. Thanks again, guys.